In addition to this, I should say that generally the responsible people of the government, I mean the head of the state, in all the history, when he speaks about the Copts, he speaks nicely and declares that there is no discrimination between a Copt and a Muslim. All people are the same before the law. And now see, when students enter the university, go into the university, it's according to their grades. In this way, there is no discrimination between a Copt and a Muslim, because everyone is allowed to go into the university according to his grades, without discrimination. And also it is in our custom here that they choose one or two of the Copts in the cabinet as ministers. But I should say that sometimes our people live a hard time, especially because of some very fanatic societies, more especially the Muslim Brotherhood. And there are some other societies like the Muslim Brotherhood, different societies. They may differ in names, but mostly they are very fanatic and they hate the Copts. And they plan always to get rid of the Copts. And they don't like the Copts to be in Egypt. They want them to be expelled out of the country. These Muslim Brotherhood, not all our people, not all Muslims, but these fanatic movement, these people, you see, think of themselves that they are the pioneers of Islam, and they declare that Islam of today is not real Islam. The Islam that is practiced now in Egypt is not the true Islam. This is why they say that they should have a renaissance, an Islamic renaissance, in the sense that they would or plan to bring back a true Islam to the fore, and that it should be practiced. So they look at the Copts as their stumbling block to these ideas. They want to bring back the caliphate regime. You know caliphate, what is caliphate? Bravo. Yes, they want the caliphate to be brought back. And in this wise, the ruler in Islam to these people, the ruler is at the same time the imam. He is ruler and imam, that is religious leader. So religion and state, they have together this link. There is no difference, no discrimination, no distinction to them between state and religion. They don't accept a secular state. They want a religious state. So the ruler must be a Khalifa. And Islamic law must prevail in Egypt for all people. Must be practiced, must be applied both for Christians and Muslims as well. And also they want there are some laws called Ridda. Ridda means if someone is a Muslim or became a Muslim and then he wanted to change and to be a Christian or any other religion, well, he must be killed, and he is considered to be a kafir. Kafir means unbeliever, and means he should be killed as enemy to God and enemy to people and enemy to Islam. Why he came back to Christianity? For in this wise that he is insulting Islam and he must be killed. And you see, according to this Islamic law, as the Muslim Brotherhood envisage it, no Copt can take an office or post, especially a post of a judge or a post of a chief or chairman, no governor, no dean of the faculty, any faculty. He may be appointed as just an ordinary man under the protection of Muslims. So he is not a citizen of the first degree, but he just is a citizen of, not a citizen, but a man under the protection of Muslims. So he is not in his country. He is not in his country, Not his, yes, he is not like he is not a citizen. a true citizen, his citizenship, if it be called of the 10th degree or something like that. This is the sense. And this is why they consider that he cannot be given a post, especially a good post or a post of a man responsible. As for woman, she is not allowed, in their understanding, the understanding of the Muslim Brotherhood, she is not allowed to go out of her house. She cannot walk in the streets. And they say that a woman only goes out of her house 3 times in her life. The first time when she is married. So she goes from her father's house to her husband's house. Second, when she is divorced. So she goes from her husband's house to her father's house. The third time when she dies. These are the 3 times that a woman may go out of her house. Of course, they won't allow cinemas, not allow wine or any spirits. They don't allow anything that is against Islam. And they want that these rules should be practiced very accurately, and otherwise everything in this country is kafir. This is why some of these groups said about all the schools are kafir. All the universities in Egypt are kafir. Even the mosques are kafir. And this is why these people which are called the takfir wal-hijra, they even didn't like to go to the mosque and practice prayer in the time, on the same time as other Muslims do. They say mosques are kafir, and they want to practice their prayers outside the mosques, in the open air. On the whole, these people, fanatic groups, of course, if they consider some Muslims to be kafir, more especially the Copts, to them are very kafir. And we have been suffering very much from these groups. But apart from these groups, we have been happy to some extent, and we have friendly relations with other Muslims who are, some of them are very modest, very decent people, good relations. And there is mutual confidence between Muslims and Copts. a Copt may trust a Muslim and a Muslim may trust a Copt. And usually the Muslims, in general, Muslims, they trust very much the Copts in general. They like them. They confess that Copts are honest people, are hard workers, with good characters, good conduct, with high sense of duty. This is always the impression which the Copts have on Muslims. And this is why you may find that some Muslims which run some of private works, they trust the Copts more, and they appoint Copts in their domain of work more than they trust Muslims. This is because they have the impression that the Copts are honest people and hard workers, and they have high sense of duty. They don't steal, they don't waste time. They work very honestly. So, we see, in reply to the question, that apart from these people, fanatic people, we live happily with Muslims. So, generally speaking, we live happily and friendly, but from time to time, these fanatic groups stir the emotions of other Muslims and make riots and demonstrations against Christians, and they go into the streets and shout declaring that they don't want Christians to be in the country, and these people, Christians must go out of the country, and they want Christians to be expelled from government posts. Yeah, what is... I have another question. This may be enough for the first question.
Yes, but would you like us to meet some details?
Pardon?
Would you like to enter in some details? For instance, you said that you can learn how to read
Ridda.
Yeah. the Muslim wants to become a Christian or another or
Yeah, he is not allowed to do that.
yeah, but he must be killed.
Yeah.
But I think it is a project of law or is it a law?
No, still it is a project.
Yeah.
It happened that there was this project, I mean, some people worked for it, I mean, these Muslims, Muslim Brotherhood worked it, and also the Azhar, which is the headquarters of Islam, they worked it for this, but the Christians objected this law, against this law, and the Holy Synod in 1977 declared a general fasting for all Christians to fast for 5 days till evening, every day till evening, with the liturgy every day to be officiated every day until the evening, people fasting, and the liturgy is officiated for 5 days. And this was universally made, and this is why this act from our part was considered by the government as a kind of an objection to the law, and the President Sadat on the 21st of September 21st of September 1977, he summoned the Pope and the Holy Synod in his place, in his residence at Qanatir al-Khairiyya, and for 5 hours, from 1:30 until 6:30 in the evening, the President spoke and listened to the Pope and the bishops. They explained to him what these Muslim Brotherhood have been doing in every diocese. And they accused the responsible men in all government, in all I mean the police, not to be fair, but to be against the Copts. And they proved it. Every bishop proved to the President how the governor in every province and also the head of the police was he called Mudir al-Amn, the director of Amn. That is the man at the top of the police in every province. And they did not act fairly, but they backed these Muslim Brotherhood against the Copts, and they practiced a kind of pressure against the Copts, and the president was amazed, and he said that he had no idea. He did not expect that to happen, and he cannot allow it. He said, my policy is the policy of Umar ibn al-Khattab, that Copts and Muslims live together without any discrimination. And this is why he said that I decided to pay for all damages that happened to the churches. And he paid 50,000 pounds in order to cover all expenses for the damages that had taken place in churches by these Muslim Brotherhood people. And you see, these Muslim Brotherhood, they have in every, not only in every university, but in every faculty of all our universities, they have a society called Jama'a Islamiyya. Jama'a, that is Jama'iyya society. Jama'a, it's a group, Islamic group, but a society, Jama'a, not Jama'iyya, Jama'a. That is a collection of people. And these Jama'at Islamiyya, with one accord, they persecute the Copts, the students, the Coptic students. They beat them, they assault them, they very aggressive people, very, very aggressive people. And every one of them has a weapon, a big knife. Everyone is provided with a big knife, so as to kill and to beat. And sometimes they order, it happened in Minya and Asyut, especially in Minya and Asyut. Sometimes you see, they order a Copt to beat another Copt on his face like this, and if he refuses, they show him how he must beat his fellow Christian, and they beat him too. They beat both the Copts and the other Copt if he refused to beat. And so our students in the universities, they have been suffering very much indeed, and they live in a very frightful atmosphere, and this had its influence on their work, their studies. So they don't live at ease, especially in these university hostels, المدينة الجامعية. They attack them at night. Just they push very hard the door of the hostel where the Copt, the Christian student lives. They attack him, and if one avocat told me, he came here and told me that his son is living in Asyut in one of these university hostels in Asyut. So these Muslim Brotherhood people, they wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning, and they make their prayers. After they finish their prayers, they go immediately to these Christians in their rooms. So he said that about 15 or 20 of these groups knocked at his door, at the door of his son, and in a very wild way they pushed the door violently. So when he woke up and he opened the door, well, he found these about a group of students of 15 or just for one man, one boy. So they looked at one of the walls and they found a wooden cross. They didn't like it. Said, well, why you put this cross? You have to pull it down. He said, why? Well, they did not wait, so they pulled it down and they crushed it and tried it with their feet. He was furious himself, and they found also another icons of our Lord or our Lady and some other saints. So they collected all these things and they tore them and burned them with fire. The boy was upset, very upset at this doing, this action from these people. And when he said, why you do that? So they knocked him with this a big knife, and they left him and went to another Christian boy in another room, and they did the same. So this man, this avocat, told me, because he he does not live in Asyut. He lives in Sohag, in another place. This is why he has his son in this hostel, university hostel, because he has no house there. So he said, I was obliged to take my son out of this hostel and have him in a hotel. I mean, hire a hotel, to stay in a hotel until the end of the year, because it was impossible to live there calmly and to get his studies. So he said, I was compelled to take him out of these university hostels and accommodate him in a hotel. And this gives you a picture of how our students have been living with these Muslim Brotherhood people, and even with professors. They are very nasty people with professors, especially Christian professors. And every society, Muslim society in the faculty, is headed by one of these students who call himself, or he is called by his group, he is Amir al-Jama'a. Amir means prince of this group of people, prince, and they call him Sheikh. While he is a student, he is called Sheikh Fulan, Sheikh, and this means that he is no more a student but a man of religiosity. He is a man of religion. He is like Sheikh Azhar. Well, this is the atmosphere, very bad atmosphere now. It's taking place in our universities now. This is why Anwar Sadat, the president, went to Asyut and he gave a long speech, and he read from reports. He mentioned in detail some of these anecdotes, of these happenings, of these people, and what evils they did to the Christians. And because these people shouted against the peace treaty, this peace treaty with Israel, and they declare that they are against this treaty, they don't like it. And because of what they did to the Christians, so the president warned them that they had to go back to their student life and not to interfere into policy, and to stop these actions. And he said, this is not Islam that you are doing now. You are acting against Islam. الأخ منير هنا؟ طب تعال يا And he said that, and
giving you just some time to go back to your minds and to stop all these wrongdoings. And I am giving you a chance until the beginning of the new year So some of the professors there in Asyut were courageous enough to stand up and to say to the president that they could not wait until the beginning of the new year, because these people are doing many bad things, and even they preventing professors from entering into the university. Even one of the sheikhs said to the president, even they said to me, you are a kafir. I tried to give them instructions and to explain Islam to them, and to give them instructions about Islam, to explain them what does this mean, what does that mean. But they did not accept him at all, and they thought, you are a kafir. He said to the president, even I, as a sheikh, is to them a kafir, because these are very fanatic people. They don't like even to hear or to listen to my advices. I am to them as a father, but they did not accept me. They did not like to hear or to listen to what I said to them. So you see now, this gives you a clear idea about how these people are very fanatic, so that even the sheikhs themselves, they consider them as kafir. And even the president himself to them is kafir. So you can understand how they treat a Copt. If the president, who is a good Muslim, if this sheikh, who is a leader of Islam, is to them a kafir, how is it then a Copt to them? So very fanatic people, very fanatic people. So these people, they want the Copts to be expelled out of the country. They say that everything is kafir and they have to bring back Islam, real Islam, to the country. Of course, even the headquarter, the Sheikh al-Azhar, who is the head, the first man in Islam in Egypt, and he himself, in papers, he gives instructions to these people to stop this carnage and this killing and this idea, and this is a kind of they are extremist people. He said that they are extremist. This is not Islam. It's you are aggressive people, and Islam cannot admit this aggression. I mean, the Sheikh of Islam, he said that in different ways and in papers, so that to peace down these people and to stop them from all this kind. But still, of course, now there is a kind of amelioration, if you say, because the government is looking to arrest anyone that is transgressing his conduct. But still, I mean, we are not happy completely. We are not feeling, I mean, our citizens are not feeling security with these people. They live in not in a good atmosphere. They are not at ease. They are in a feeling of discomfort. When they feel that these people are just like enemies and want at any time to kill them and to assault them and to beat them and they do not admit them as students or as citizens. So it is a difficulty that we are facing now in general. But you see, as I said to you, the President himself is a wise man. He tries to peace down these people and to say that you are doing bad to Islam itself. You are distorting. He is saying to them that you are distorting the face of Islam. You are not serving Islam now. You are just distorting Islam and giving a bad picture of Islam to all people in Egypt and outside Egypt. But these people, they don't believe it. I mean, they are going their way, and even if they just feel that they have to stop this aggressive action, but for a while. So whenever they find an occasion to react again as they did, so they don't hesitate to do the same thing as killing and assaulting and attacking Christians and so on.
What do you say the review in which they share the rules that you must follow your actions or...
Sometimes in Ahram, sometimes in Ahram, sometimes in Al-Musawwar. I read sometimes in Al-Musawwar. You know this Al-Musawwar? It's a very beautiful magazine. You find all pictures. It's weekly. Yes, it's weekly. It's weekly and it's very beautiful one. I mean, all this is what's called Al-Musawwar, means photography. So we have in every page very good photography in every page. So it's one of the best of our magazines. It's a weekly one, and a very respectable one. And the number, you mean? No, we are not sure of the right number, but you see, they are numerous. But I mean, even the government does not know exactly who is Muslim Brotherhood and who is not. It's very difficult to make the distinction. Of course, there are some people who are very renowned for their attitudes, but some others, they have the same ideas, but they are not well known. So it's very difficult, even for the government, to know who is of Muslim Brotherhood and who is not. You see, it happened at a time, in the time of Abdel Nasser, when he was the president, and these people were planning to kill him and were against him, because he himself, as they said, he betrayed their ideas, because first of all he was pro-Islamic, but he changed it. So they accused him of being betrayer to Islamic ideas. This is why several times they tried to kill him. And because he imprisoned many of them, a great number of Muslim Brotherhood were imprisoned in the time of Nasser. So, because Nasser, I mean, some years before his death, he did not know how to protect himself against these people. So he made those people who are around him, I mean, to protect his house. And I heard that all of them were kept because he could not distinguish who is Muslim Brotherhood and who is Muslim. So it was difficult for him. This is why he made these people to be Christians, so that he may be sure that they are not Muslim Brotherhood people. Because how will you distinguish between a Muslim and a Muslim Brotherhood? It's not easy. He may pretend himself as a Muslim, but he may be Muslim Brotherhood, so it's very difficult. This is why Nasser realized at last that these people around him, I mean, to guard his house. And he made a guard for his house. So I heard this from some people that he made all these guards in order to make sure that they are not Muslim Brotherhood. So I don't know whether even the government, I don't think the government itself knows it can give the right number of Muslim Brotherhood. Sometimes, well, at the time they said at the time I said that there are about 3 million people, but this is not the right number. there may be more. There must be more. There must be more. Because you see, this was said at a time past, but now I think that I gained more people outside. So I don't know. It's very difficult to say. Even the government itself cannot give the right number. Because you see, it's a matter of ideas. How can we calculate this? I mean, it's not something to be written as the identity card or so in identity card is a Muslim. But these extremist ideas cannot be expressed in papers. So you can't, even the government itself cannot give a right number.
Because I get it at underground, so accidents develop at all, but they have no
before NASA present and present, many of them, not all, of course, some of them they would fight themselves. So we don't say that Muslim Brotherhood are just ordinary Muslims, but those who were imprisoned in the time of Nasser, those well-known people, there are some people who are not well-known, but who are of the same ideas. So not all Muslim Brotherhood were put into prison, but only the leading people. Yeah, it was yes, out of both the society itself of Muslim Brotherhood. But now Jamaat Islamiyah, it's more fanatic than
different regime, more caliphate, what is caliphate? Bravo. Yes, they want the caliphate to be brought back. And in this wise, the ruler in Islam to these people, the ruler is at the same time the Imam. He is ruler and Imam, that is religious leader. So religion and state, they have together this link. There is no difference, no discrimination, no distinction to them between state and religion. They don't accept a secular state. They want a religious state. So the ruler must be a Khalifa. And Islamic law must prevail in Egypt for all people. Must be practiced, must be applied both for Christians and Muslims as well. And also they want you know, there are some laws called ridda. Ridda means if someone is a Muslim or became a Muslim and then he wanted to change and to be a Christian or any other religion, well, he must be killed, and he is considered to be a kafir. Kafir means unbeliever, and means he should be killed as enemy to God and enemy to people, and enemy to Islam. Why he came back to Christianity? For in this way that he is insulting Islam and he must be killed. And you see, according to this Islamic law, as the Muslim Brotherhood envisage it, no Copt can take an office or post, especially a post of a judge or a post of a chief or chairman, no governor, no dean of the faculty, any faculty. He may be appointed as just an ordinary man under the protection of Muslims. So he is not a citizen of the first degree, but he just is a citizen of, not a citizen, but a man under the protection of Muslims. So he is not in his country. He is not in his country, you know. Yes, he is not like he is not a citizen, a true citizen. The citizenship, if it be called of the 10th degree or something like that, this is the sense, and this is why they consider that he cannot be given a post, especially a good post or a post of a man responsible. As for woman, she is not allowed, in their understanding, the understanding of the Muslim Brotherhood, she is not allowed to go out of her house. She cannot walk in the streets, and they say that a woman only goes out of her house 3 times in her life. The first time when she is married, so she goes from her father's house to her husband's house. Second, when she is divorced, so she goes from her husband's house to her father's house. The third time, when she dies. These are the 3 times that a woman may go out of her house. Of course, they don't allow cinemas, not allow wine or any spirits. They don't allow anything that is against Islam, and they want that these rules should be practiced very accurately, and otherwise everything in this country is kafir. This is why some of these groups said about all the schools are kafir, all the universities in Egypt are kafir, even the mosques are kafir. And this is why these people which are called the takfir wal hijrah, they even didn't like to go to the mosque and practice prayer in the time, on the same time as other Muslims do. They say mosques are kafir, and they want to practice their prayers outside the mosques in the open air. On the whole, these people, fanatic groups, of course, if they consider some Muslims to be kafir, more especially the Copts, to them are very kafir. And we have been suffering very much from these groups. But apart from these groups, we have been happy to some extent, and we have friendly relations with other Muslims who are, some of them are very modest, very decent people, good relations. And there is mutual confidence between Muslims and Copts. A Copt may trust a Muslim, and a Muslim may trust a Copt. And usually the Muslims, in general, Muslims, they trust very much the Copts in general. They like them. They confess that Copts are honest people, are hard workers, with good characters, good conduct, with high sense of duty. This is always the impression which the Copts have on Muslims, and this is why you may find that some Muslims which run some of private works, they trust the Copts more, and they appoint Copts in their domain of work more than they trust Muslims. This is because they have the impression that the Copts are honest people and hard workers, and they have high sense of duty. They don't steal, they don't waste time. they work very honestly. So, you see, in reply to the question, that apart from these people, fanatic people, we live happily with Muslims. So, generally speaking, we live happily and friendly, but from time to time, these fanatic groups stir the emotions of other Muslims and make riots and demonstrations against Christians, and they say, they go into the streets and shout declaring that they don't want Christians to be in the country, and these people, Christians, must go out of the country, and they want Christians to be expelled from government posts. Yeah, what is, I have another question. This may be enough for the first question.
Yes, but I would like to enter some details.
Pardon?
I would like to enter in some details. For instance, you said of this law, not this vita, that
Ridda.
Yeah. If the Muslim wants to become a Christian or another
yeah, he is not allowed to do that.
Yeah, but it must be killed.
Yeah.
But I think it is a project of a law, or is it a law?
No, still it is a project.
Yeah.
It happened that there was this project, some people worked for it, these Muslims, Muslim Brotherhood worked it, and also the Azhar. Azhar, which is the headquarters of Islam, they worked it for this, but the Christians objected against this law, and the Holy Synod in 1977 declared a general fasting for all Christians to fast for 5 days till evening, every day till evening, with the liturgy every day to be officiated every day until the evening, people fasting, and the liturgy is officiated for 5 days. And this was universally made, and this is why this act from our part was considered by the government as a kind of an objection to the law, and the President Sadat on the 21st of September 21st of September 1977, he summoned the Pope and the Holy Synod in his place in his residence at Qanatir al-Khairiyya, and for 5 hours, from 1:30 until 6:30 in the evening, the President spoke and listened to the Pope and the bishops. They explained to him what these Muslim Brotherhood have been doing in every diocese. And they accused the responsible men in all government, in all I mean the police, not to be fair, but to be against the Copts. And they proved it. Every bishop proved to the President how the governor in every province and also the head of the police was called Mudir al-Amn, the director of Amn. That is the man at the top of the police in every province. And they did not act fairly, but they backed these Muslim Brotherhood against the Copts. And they practiced a kind of pressure against the Copts. And the President was amazed, and he said that he had no idea. He did not expect that to happen, and he cannot allow it. He said, my policy is the policy of Umar ibn al-Khattab, that Copts and Muslims live together without any discrimination. And this is why he said that I decided to pay for all damages that happened to the churches. And he paid 50,000 pounds in order to cover all expenses for the damages that had taken place in churches by these Muslim Brotherhood people. And you see, these Muslim Brotherhood they have in every, not only in every university, but in every faculty of all our universities, they have a society called Jama'a Islamiyya. Jama'a, that is Jama'iyya society. Jama'a, it's a group, Islamic group, but society, Jama'a, not Jama'iyya, Jama'a. That is a collection of people. And these Jama'at Islamiyya, with one accord, they persecute the Copts, the students, the Coptic students. They beat them, they assault them, very aggressive people, very, very aggressive people. And every one of them has a weapon, a big knife. Everyone is provided with a big knife, so as to kill and to beat. And sometimes they order, it happened in Minya and Asyut, especially in Minya and Asyut. Sometimes you see, they order a Copt to beat another Copt on his face like this, and if he refuses, they show him how he must beat his fellow Christian, and they beat him too. They beat both the Copts and the other Copt if he refused to beat. And so our students in the universities, they have been suffering very much indeed, and they live in a very frightful atmosphere, and this had its influence on their work, their studies. So they don't live at ease, especially in these university hostels, in Medina al-Jami'iyya. They attack them at night. Just they push very hard the door of the hostel where the Copt, the Christian student lives. They attack him, and if one advocate told me, he came here and told me that his son is living in Asyut in one of these university hostels in Asyut. So these Muslim Brotherhood people, they wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning, and they make their prayers. After they finish their prayers, they go immediately to these Christians in their rooms. So he said that about 15 or 20 of these groups knocked at his door, at the door of his son, and in a very wild way they pushed the door violently. So when he woke up and he opened the door, well, he found these about a group of students of 15 or just for one man, one boy. So they looked at one of the walls and they found a wooden cross. They didn't like it. Said, well, why you put this cross? You have to pull it down. He said, why? Well, they did not wait, so they pulled it down and they crushed it and tried it with their feet. He was furious himself, and they found also another icons of our Lord or our Lady and some other saints. So they collected all these things and they tore them and burned them with fire. The boy was upset, very upset at this action from these people. And when he said, why you do that? So they knocked him with a big knife. And they left him and went to another boy, another Christian boy, in another room, and they did the same. So this man, this avocat, told me, because he does not live in Asyut, he lives in Sohag, in another place. This is why he has his son in this hostel, university hostel, because he has no house there. So he said, I was obliged to take my son out of this hostel and have him in a hotel. I mean, hire a hotel, to stay in a hotel until the end of the year, because it was impossible to live there calmly and to get his studies. So he said, I was compelled to take him out of these university hostels and accommodate him in a hotel. And this gives you a picture of how our students have been living with these Muslim Brotherhood people, and even with professors. They are very nasty people with professors, especially Christian professors. And every society, Muslim society in the faculty, is headed by one of these students who call himself, or he is called by his group, he is Amir al-Jama'a. Amir means prince of this group of people, prince. And they call him Sheikh. While he is a student, he is called Sheikh Fulan. Sheikh. And this means that he is no more a student but a man of religiosity. He is a man of religion. He is like Sheikh Azhar. Well, this is the atmosphere, very bad atmosphere now. It's taking place in our universities now. This is why Anwar Sadat, the president, went to Asyut and he gave a long speech. And he read from reports. He mentioned in detail some of these anecdotes, of these happenings, of these people, and what evils they did to the Christians. And because these people shouted against the peace treaty, this peace treaty with Israel, and they declare that they are against this treaty, they don't like it. And because of what they did to the Christians, so the president warned them that they had to go back to their student life and not to interfere into policy, and to stop these actions. And he said, this is not Islam that you are doing now. You are acting against Islam. الأخ منير هنا؟ طب تعال يا
said that I am giving you just some time to go back to your minds and to stop all these wrongdoings. And I am giving you a chance until the beginning of the new year. So some of the professors there in Asyut were courageous enough to stand up and to say to the president that they could not wait until the beginning of the new year, because these people are doing many bad things, and even they preventing professors from entering into the university. Even one of the sheikhs said to the president, even they said to me, you are a kafir. I tried to give them instructions and to explain Islam to them, and to give them instructions about Islam, explain them, what does this mean, what does that mean, but they did not accept him and they thought, you are a kafir. He said to the president, even I, as a sheikh, is to them a kafir, because these are very fanatic people. They don't like even to hear or to listen to my advices. I am to them as a father, but they did not accept me. They did not like to hear or to listen to what I said to them. So you see now, this gives you a clear idea about how these people are very fanatic, so that even the sheikhs themselves, they consider them as kafir. And even the president himself to them is kafir. So you can understand how they treat a Copt. If the president, who is a good Muslim, if this sheikh, who is a leader of Islam, is to them a kafir, how is it then a Copt to them? So very, very, very fanatic people, very fanatic people. So these people, they want the Copts to be expelled out of the country. They say that everything is kafir and they have to bring back Islam, real Islam, to the country. Of course, even the headquarter, the Sheikh al-Azhar, who is the head, the first man in Islam in Egypt, and he himself in papers, and he gives instructions to these people to stop this carnage and this killing and this idea, and this is a kind of they are extremist people. He said that they are extremist. This is not Islam. It's you are aggressive people, and Islam cannot admit this aggression. I mean, the Sheikh of Islam, he said that in different ways and in papers, so that to peace down these people and to stop them from all this kind. But still, of course, now there is a kind of amelioration, if you say, because the government is looking to arrest anyone that is transgressing his conduct. But still, I mean, we are not happy completely. We are not feeling, I mean, our citizens are not feeling security with these people. They live in not in a good atmosphere. They are not at ease. They are in a feeling of discomfort when they feel that these people are just like enemies and want at any time to kill them and to assault them and to beat them and not. So these people now are free. This is why you see they are now more powerful than they were at the time of Nasser. And you see, there is another factor.
you see, now the attitude of our country is against the Soviet Union and communism. This is the general attitude of the country now against the Soviet Union and against communism. So in order to prove and to give more illustration to the whole world that we cannot as a country accept communism. So there is much freedom given to these people to show that Egypt cannot be a communist country. This is why a kind of freedom is given to them. And this was not in that sense in the time of Nasser. Because in the time of Nasser there was some kind of friendship with Soviet Union and even with communism. But now the country is against communism and against the Soviet Union. This is why these people is given more chance to express their religiosity. And I think there is these people are backed by, I should say, by a kind of policy that in order to stop the expansion of the Soviet Union in the East and of communism, so the only way is this fanatic groups to spread, and this is the reply or the answer to communism, that Egypt cannot accept, cannot tolerate communism. So you see here there is a political factor that is going to the floor now. It's not only religious one, but also there is a political factor to give these people kind of freedom in order to prove that the country cannot admit communism.
To hear that so many young people support this Muslim brother, because it's a kind of sector of the society that must belong to what kind of age, but now so many young. Yeah, because you see, even the late Sheikh of Islam, the late one, the deceased, the one who died, the Sheikh Islam Abdul Halim Mahmoud, he was called Abdul Halim Mahmoud. This man was a very, very fanatic one, very fanatic. Even never saw a man of this fanaticism as Abdul Halim Mahmoud. Abdul Halim. Abd al-Halim Mahmoud. He was very, very fanatic. Very fanatic, and he was anti-Christian and also anti-communist. So he with Mitwalli Sha'arawi. You see, he was Minister of Waqf. He was ex-Minister of Waqf. Now he is not Minister of Waqf. He's out now. Another one he is in his stead. So these two people, when they were in power, they convinced the government that in order to stop communism. So religious Islamic societies should be created in the universities. So these societies, in the time of these two people, when they were in power, were created in every faculty. And it was at a time when there is a general attitude against communism. And you know, it happened that I don't know whether in 1976 or something like that, or 1970, I'm not quite sure, there was a big riot that happened in January 1976 probably.
75 for one, and then another one in 77.
Yes, but anyway, yes.
There's one in 75 because I come here at the end of January, and just a few days before
maybe this one. So it was a great demonstration, and there was great damage. And the government said that this is made by communists. Of course, I don't think that it was alone by communists. There is evidences that it is not made by communists, but by Muslims or Brotherhood people. Anyway, the communists were accused of planning or plotting against the government. This was, very explicitly said in papers. The accusation of the communist people in Egypt that they were responsible for what happened in January. And this is why Abdul Halim Mahmoud, the Sheikh of Azhar, and Mitwalli Sha'arawi, the Minister of Waqf at that time, said to the government, the only way to stop communism in the universities is to create Islamic societies in the governments so that students can practice their religion, their Islam. And this is the very beginning of Islamic societies in the universities. How they started creating these societies, it is because of what happened in the damage that happened in Egypt, that occurred in Egypt. So, you see, Shaykh al-Azhar at that time, Abdul Halim Mahmoud, he gave a speech after this damage had taken place, and it was published in papers, in all Egyptian papers, his speech. And in his speech he accused communism, and he spoke and he attacked communism, and he said that it is communism which is responsible for what happened in Egypt. And if the government want to stop it, so they have to give way to Islamic societies to stop this communism.
So, something, but what is the kind of difference that the cost to have been under Nasser and not under Sadat? I mean, there has been any change in it, you see, from the cost? Because I remember in 1965, when Nasser decided to take off something from the church, from the Coptic church,
You mean the land belonging to the church and to the Arab monasteries, how it was taken. But it is still, I mean, under the regime of, under the present government and under Sadat, we did not take this back, the land. But I think that there is chance for that, because some people, they got back their land. But in the time of Nasser it was very difficult. Now, of course, there is under Sadat there is more freedom. There is some change, of course. I should say that the relation of Nasser with the Copts, it started bad, but later on he realized that Copts are very honest people, and he changed his attitude towards Copts. I mean, at the very few years before his death, he changed his attitude towards the Copts and towards our Pope, Kyrillos. First of all, he was against him, and he made many things to upset him, but the 4 years before his death, he realized that he helped him, and he said clearly, I heard it from some ministers of the cabinet, but Nasser said that no one helped me, I mean, Pope Kyrillos helped me very much more than any other person. He said that. But this came late, only 4 years before his death, but before that he was, I mean, Copts were suffering and were suspected. I mean, the government was, I mean, the revolution were very skeptic towards the Copts. They did not trust them. but only very late that they realized that they are very honest people. And I think that this is the atmosphere which the Copts now live under Sadat. He proves very much in all his speeches that the Copts have been always working for the welfare of the country. In many of his speeches he said it very clearly. They have been always very honest to the country and have been working very hard and were against any kind of foreign influence. So several times he said that. So it's a good step forward.
To get an idea, how many are the Copts in Egypt?
The Copts in Egypt about 9.5 million. But we have also about 500,000 abroad. In the States, in Canada, in Australia, in Sudan, in Nigeria, and in Iraq and Kuwait and England, France, Germany, Austria, Italy, Switzerland. But in United States and in Canada and in Australia, there are numerous people. I mean, thousands and thousands of people. In Sudan, we have at least 150,000. In United States and Canada, we have 120,000. About here. In Germany, we have about 600 families. 600 in Germany. We have some also in Austria, some hundreds in Austria. But there are in Libya also, Tarablis and Benghazi, and even in Morocco, in Lebanon, well, everywhere, and in Qatar and Dubai and all these places, there are many Copts there. So at least there are about 500,000 people in general. So we are about 10 million people. I mean, considering those people abroad, about 500,000, and here about 9.5 million.
About 25%
Yeah.
Egyptian
Copts. Yes.
No, I should say 23%.
23.
Something about 23. You see, there is a man, an author called Dr. Hamdan. This man spoke about Islam in the world in his book. And he said very nicely that Muslims in Egypt in the population made in 1960, the whole population was 30 million people. In 1960, the Muslims were 23rd millions. So 7 millions of these people were cut. About 23%. So it's about 23rd, 24th, 22nd, something about. So now we are more than 40, the whole population. There's more than 40 million people.
Would like just to put a question, you see. Here in Egypt there are three Christian churches.
Greek?
Three. There are three Coptic churches. The Catholic one, Evangelist Church, and also your church. I would like to know, yes, of course your church is the most influenced, but just to have an idea of how much.
Generally speaking, the Catholics, the Catholic Copts, of course there are some foreigners, Latin, but very small people, very small number of foreigners. But the Copts, the Uniates, the Coptic Catholic people are about 50,000. The Protestants nowadays, they have 27 denominations or churches. 27, yes. But the whole number is about the same, or less than 50,000. This is what, generally speaking, I'm not quite sure about the number, but this is what, because you see, there is a kind of revival in the Coptic Orthodox Church, and this is why it's only a very little number who is still Protestants. So the Copts are the biggest Christian minority in the Middle East. The biggest number in all countries of the Middle East,
The relationship among the relationship among the two churches?
Well, I think that nowadays there is friendly relations. We have meetings together, and we see and they work together. You see, there is a very new project of personal status law. This one was made by a group of people, Orthodox, Catholic and Protestant, headed by our Pope. So they came together and they agreed together to make one law of the personal status. You know what is personal status?
For marriage. So all Christians must follow the same law. Yes,
under the same law, yes. So from time to time we come together and work together. And now we have meetings for the unity of the church, you see, with the Catholics. There is now an official committee set up since 1973 to look for the unity of the church between the Roman Catholic Church and the Coptic Orthodox Church. In 1973, our Pope went to Rome in order to bring back the relics of St. Athanasius, the Apostolicus. So we had a nice time there in Rome, and then a declaration was signed by the two popes in 1973, May, on the 10th of May 1973. In this declaration is stated very clearly that we have many things in common, especially in Christology. But there are some differences, and this is why this official commission was set up in order to look in for these divergences, for these different points, in order to achieve the unity of the church. And last June, that is on the 20th of June 1979, we went to Rome in order to see Pope Paul John II, and to hear from him what is his attitude towards the unity of the church. And he delivered a very nice speech in which he stated very clearly that these two churches, the Roman Catholic Church and the Coptic Orthodox Church, are sister churches, two apostolic churches, and there is no intention of dominion, of absorption of one church to another. And he said quite clearly that the church in Egypt should be one church under the administration of the Pope of Alexandria. There must be one church in Egypt under the guidance of the Pope of Alexandria. Means that there should be not, according to the apostolic constitution and apostolic tradition, that there should be one church in Egypt. And we had talks there in Rome for 5 days, and we came back. That took place in June, 20th of June. We went there.
The Pope Shenouda III has gone to Kenya and Israel again. But why? Have you some Christian affair or?
You see, yes, we have some people that joined the Coptic Orthodox Church, and there is a bishop that is consecrated for the Copts in whole Africa. Some years ago, and he is going around in many parts of Africa, and we have communities there, Coptic communities there, in Nairobi, in Kenya, and in Zaire, and in Uganda, and in Ghana, Nigeria, Libya. In all these places, we have Copts there, and we have also some people, African people, who joined the Coptic Orthodox Church. So now we have communities. So when His Holiness went there, he went to see our people there, either they are Copts or those who joined the Coptic Orthodox Church. You see, in course of history, and more especially in the time of persecutions, there must be a big number of our people that went out of the country and dispersed in several countries of Africa because of this persecution, and also for economical projects and living, for economics. You see, some 20 years ago, no, some 30 years ago, a group of people from South Africa, came here to Cairo and visited the Pope. And they asked it for a bishop to be consecrated for them, claiming and saying that we are Copts of Coptic Orient because we settled down in South Africa for several
reasons in history. And now we need a Coptic bishop. And a Coptic bishop was consecrated and went there to South Africa, to Johannesburg. And he stayed there for 1 year. But he was obliged to go out of the country after 1 year because of this discrimination between the colored and the uncolored people in South Africa. And this bishop died here in Egypt. He was not allowed to go back to South Africa. They did not give him the passport or the entry visa. But he stayed for 1 year there, and he said that many people, African people, joined the Coptic Orthodox Church there. In addition to those people who first said that we are Copts and we settled down in South Africa through history because of economic or for religious reasons. And our Ministry of Foreign Affairs tried to interfere in order to give license to the bishop to go back to South Africa. But they couldn't, they were not successful in their efforts. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs was not successful, and they tried their best to do that, but they couldn't. And the bishop died several years ago. But now a bishop was consecrated by His Holiness Pope Shenouda. This some years ago, 3 or 4 years ago, not for South Africa but for all Africa. He is consecrated to look after the Copts in all these places, so he always go round. He does not stay in one place. Of course, mainly he resides in Nairobi, mainly, but he doesn't stay too much in Nairobi because he goes around. He goes to Nigeria, to Ghana, so he is free to. And he is always baptizing people. He is baptizing people and officiating the liturgy. And he has learned the Swahili. And he translated the liturgy, our liturgy, into Swahili.
From Coptic into
Swahili, Swahili. He is very clever, so that he, in some few years, he could grasp the language. He could get hold of the language. You see, before he was consecrated, he was a physician. He was a doctor. Coptic in Addis Ababa. He stayed for several years there. And then at the advice of His Holiness, he joined the monastic life. He left his office as a doctor, and he came here in Egypt, and he joined the monastic life in Wadi Natrun, in one of our monasteries in Wadi Natrun, that is in Lower Egypt. We have now 9 monasteries for men, 6 for women. The inhabited ones, but we have many deserted.
numerous, deserted. But the inhabited are 9 for men and 6 for women. 5 of them are in Lower Egypt, that is in Wadi Natun and in Mariut. In Wadi Natun we have 4, in Mariut we have 1. And then in Upper Egypt we have 4. Muharraq Mosri, St. Anthony, St. Paul and St. Samuel in Upper Egypt. In Lower Egypt we have 5. For women, for nuns, we have 5 in Cairo and 1 in Lower Egypt. These 5 are in Old Cairo and in Middle Cairo. There is 2 in Middle Cairo in Khalid Zuwela. So there are 5 in Cairo and we have another 6, 1 in Lower Egypt, in Belqas. It's called Saint Damiana. So they are 15 now, 9 for men and 6 for women.
But is this bishop consecrated for Africa? Is it for all Black Africa? Or is it for he worked for all Africa without Egypt?
Without Egypt.
Yeah, for Africa is in Libya and so on.
Yeah.
For Africa
without Egypt, outside Egypt. And also, he is not responsible for Libya, for Copts in Libya. So there is another bishop. For Libya is only a part of his diocese, a part of his responsibility, Libya, in Benghazi and Tarabus. You see, only about 3,000 people Copts in Libya. Only these, about 3,000 people in Benghazi and Tarabus. And they are only Copts, I mean people from Egypt, officers and so on, and engineers, and but they are Copts from Egypt, not native people from Libya, not Libyans, but the Copts in Libya. So they are working as experts and as engineers and as architects and doctors and pharmacists and some people. So they are not Libyans, but Copts in Libya. And so the same in Nigeria. Copts in Nigeria. So the responsibility of this bishop is to look after the Copts there. But it happens that because Church of Egypt is the first church in Africa, so it is, I mean, it's people have good idea about the Church of Egypt. This is why you see people are joining the Coptic Orthodox Church. So this bishop told us that he is, from time to time, he is baptizing people from the African people, because many of them are pagans. Those people who join the Coptic Church mostly are pagans, I mean heathen, pagans or heathen. So they worship, they have their special worship, so they join the Christian faith So it's growing, I mean, it's growing, but mainly his work is among the Copts only. This is his main responsibility. But of course, in addition to this, there are some people who join, because when he goes there and he serves there and officiates and he preaches there the gospel, so people are coming and joining the Coptic Orthodox Church.
But after also political aims in the journey of the Pope Shenouda in Zaire and Kenya.
No, there is no political aim. He went there at the invitation of the government of Zaire, and it is this bishop who worked for this, the bishop. There is no political aim. I mean, it's well, he is a man, he is a religious man, so there is no policy, and we don't like to interfere into politics. The invitation is from the government, but I mean, it's a visit, a pastoral visit. Its aim is pastoral, not a political one.
Now Egypt is quite isolated by all the other Arab countries and also from African countries. So I saw that some days ago the Sheikh of Al-Azhar has received some South African delegation. Now the Pope Shenouda has been to Kenya and Zaire, so maybe there is a kind, I thought, you see,
no.
Just ask to have a clarify.
No, there is no politics in this. I mean, looking from our part, it's only a pastoral visit. It is pastoral visit, mainly for our people there and to those who joined the Coptic Orthodox from the heathen and pagans. So the Christian church, I mean the Coptic Orthodox church, is growing now in Africa. Of course, there are, I mean, historically speaking, of course, as I said before, that it happened in course of history that Copts migrated in the time of persecution, and Africa is very near to them. I mean, so it's before they go to any other country, so Africa is the best place in order to spread it for economic reasons or for religious persecution. And there are many evidences of the spread of Copts in Nigeria, Libya, and in some other parts of Africa, even to South Africa.
And what about Libya? Because I heard that the Libyan government is going to have to interfere in Egyptian policy and maybe to make a relationship among Christians and
well, you see, there was at a time an idea that to have a kind of union between these three countries, Egypt, Syria and Libya. And it was the idea of Gaddafi, who said that they should have his union as an Islamic union. You see, because he is always pro-Islamic man. And they worked for a kind of unity for the three countries together. They even created a kind of parliament, and they were planning for having one president, but this was not achieved. But just it was the idea that these three countries must to go together, and even there must be kind of unification between in the cabinet and in ministry of for example, Minister of Education and Ministry of War. So they planned for unification in many aspects. And then it happened that Gaddafi came here into Cairo, and he spent 17 days at the invitation of Anwar Sadat, in order to convince people for this kind of unity, because after they planned for this unity, here in Egypt they were started to hesitate and to make a stoppage to this union. So Sadat invited him to come himself and to convince all societies and all groups of people. He gave him opportunity to face the parliament and also women party, and to have a discussion with the women party, because you see, they knew about his attitude, that the women party here in Egypt cannot accept these ideas. So he had discussions for 15 days with different groups of people, and it was the policy of Anwar Sadat, so that people could have a dialogue with him and convince him that what is happening in Libya cannot happen in Egypt, or this kind of union cannot take place on the wise that Gaddafi thought at first. And then he was not convinced. This is why he made a masira. Masira means Libyan people to go on foot and to enter Egypt in order to have a signature by blood, with blood, that they want this unity. Anwar Sadat was very angry about this masira, and he made all his best to stop it. And he sent some ministers, and they made a railway train to prevent these people to enter Egypt. And he considered that this is an aggression, a political aggression against Egypt. He sent him a big telegram warning him not to do that, and if he does that, this is considered to be an aggression against the land of the country, so he has not to do that. So it was stopped, and from that time on a kind of animosity between the two countries. So now the policy of Egypt is against Gaddafi, and this is why I find different writers in our papers are mocking at Gaddafi, and he is accused to be a madman, a crazy man, and Gaddafi is accused of distorting the Quran, and he is propagating new ideas that is considered to be against Islam. And he said all hadith is pseudo hadith. Hadith, you know hadith. All what is claimed. No, not Quran. Outside the Quran, I mean the sayings of Muhammad. It's called hadith. Talks of Muhammad. Well, he said that all this is nonsense and is not right and not correct, and he said that he can't believe this. It's only the Quran which is good, and he gives a new even interpretation to Quran, which is now considered to be a heresy in Islam. So people here in our papers are accusing Gaddafi of being a heretic, and he is now against Islam. And they, from time to time, they bring some of his sayings and some of his acts against Islam, while he himself is working for Islam, and he is paying, and he is backing Muslim Brotherhood and all these by money. Yeah. You know, this Muslim Brotherhood is backed first by Saudi and by Libya. And Anwar Sadat, in one of his speeches, he said that very frankly, that these people, he said that one man is earning some hundreds, and they arrested him and asked him where this money is. You have this money. So in our country, this is the attitude that these Muslim Brotherhood are backed by Saudi and by Libya, and they are paid. And this is why you see, you know, this magazine called the Dawah, Dawah propaganda or something like that, Islamic Dawah. You see, it's a very nice magazine, very good paper and very good printing, but people think that this is paid by Saudi, because it's only 12 papers, 12 piastres. I mean, every issue is paid 12 piastres. This is, I mean, it's very cheap. We consider the beautiful the beauty of the paper itself. I mean, it's small. So this is why people believe that this is backed and paid by Saudi, and it is well known that this da'wah have two issues, one in Saudi and one in Cairo at the same time. And this is why also there are some articles that appear in Saudi issue, and they don't appear in Cairo while it is at the same time. Because you see, when there are some articles that are not good for the government, so they don't dare to publish these articles, but in the Saudi one, these articles appear. So this is why they have two issues at one time, one in Saudi, one in Cairo. But generally speaking, they are paid by both of these issues. Both this magazine is paid by Saudi, and this is well known to every Egyptian here that it is Saudi that paid for all these things. Not only for that, but Saudi is paid also Azhar. And it happened that in the time of while Mamdouh Salim was Prime Minister, Mamdouh Salim, before Mustafa Khalil, was a man called Mamdouh Salim. He was the Prime Minister before Mustafa Khalil. You see, Saudi gave the Azhar a big donations, about more than £1 million. Mamdouh Salim tried to not to give it to the Azhar but to his government, so that in order to cover the expenses, because we have shortage in every way. So Abdul Halim Mahmoud was the Azhar man. He said no, and there was a kind of quarrel between him and the Prime Minister, Mamdouh Salim. He claimed that this is given to the Azhar, but not to the government. Mamdouh Salim said no, we need it. And then at last they, Saudi said no, this is.
And it was this school who established Sunday schools. I mean, the teachers in the theological school, the lecturers, and the graduates from this theological school, they were the first people who established Sunday schools and started to teach boys and girls at the small age while they were children, and later on the boys and girls became good, and now you see our churches are full of people, young men and young women, and even some of them now are over 50 or 60 years old. They were educated in our churches and in our Sunday schools, and many people who joined Protestant or Catholics, they came back to their church because of the preaching of these people, the clergy and the lecturers of the Sunday school and of the theological school. And many societies, Coptic societies, benevolent societies, were also established by these people, the same ardent people
and also magazines and monthly magazines, several ones, very good ones. They were also established by the efforts of these people, and in these magazines the faith, our Christian faith and Orthodox faith, was explained and defended against Protestantism or Roman Catholicism. This is why you see a big effort is made by the theological school and by Sunday schools and by the graduates of these two schools, so that now a revival has been taking place in the Coptic Orthodox Church. And nowadays it is not more anymore Sunday school, because it is not only on Sunday, but now our people have meetings all the days of the week. You see, on Friday they have in the morning, because now you see it's a holiday, people, they don't go mostly on Friday to their work, so they have time to come to church to attend the liturgy and to communicate. And in the afternoon they have a meeting also for young men and young women. On Thursday also they have a meeting for study Bible classes, for Bible study. On Tuesday they have a meeting for young ladies, especially for young ladies, on Tuesday evening in the afternoon at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. On Wednesday also they have meeting, but this is general meeting for all men and women. On Monday in some churches we have meeting for workers, because workers, they have their holiday on Monday, not in, you see those, the workers, you see those who iron the clothes, and some people like this, they have their holiday on Monday. So for these people we have a kind of activity. And on Saturday evening, of course, we have Vespers for usually before Sunday. We have Vespers. And in all these days there are speeches and preaching. So it is no more Sunday schools, because it is not only to be practiced on Sunday, but all the days of the week we have several activities. And in summer vacation there is more activity for students, boys and girls. They have time, so they have some other, they go to church frequently and have lessons in Coptic language and other lessons, and also some kind of work. You see, they work for the poor, boys and girls. They work for the poor, and they may make suits for
children for their baptism. So they make clothes for the poor children so that they may be baptized in new dress. And they have exhibitions of their work in summer vacations. Boys and girls, they have more activities in summer. So they go frequently to the church. And in some churches they have a playground that boys and girls go and play games. But not in the church, of course, in an area near to the church. So in this wise you see that there is kind of activity that is speeded, especially in summer vacation. And there is another activity for rural places. Some of our people go to villages or to suburbs. They go and preach the gospel there because many of these villages have no churches. So they go to them and have a meeting for, first of all, for children, and then for boys and girls, and then for elderly people, men and women. So they have activities, and this activities is speeded especially in summer vacation. But still along the year they go on usually on Friday to these villages. This is why you see, you may find in one church sometimes about 70 or 80 young men and young women working for the church. They serve in the church, in the city, and some of them, or most of them, they go also to villages around the city, either in Cairo or in other other places. So this is why there is and from time to time we have general assemblies, sometimes 3 days together. You see, we had, for example, a meeting for 3 days for all Sunday teachers, in which the Pope and the bishops and some prominent priests, they give speeches in different subjects for 3 days for the benefit of all these teachers, or all these workers. And they reply to the answers which they receive from these workers. And we had another meeting for 3 days in Alexandria. You see, in this meeting some people came from different parts of Egypt, not only from Alexandria, but some of them even came from Aswan, from Asyut, from Minya, from many other places. And then we had another meeting in Upper Egypt, in Baliana. This meeting also for 3 days. and also people, these workers, these Sunday teachers, come from different parts of the country, and they live there for 3 days. And on the 29th of October, there will be a meeting of 3 days in Munufia. That is a district, a province in Lower Egypt, Munufia. So from time to time there is a kind of a big meeting that comprises people coming from different parts of Egypt. 3 days meetings. And there is also, we have meetings in every diocese for our priests. 2 times in the year, all the priests come for 5 days together, or 5 days or a week. But usually it's less than a week, because they have to go back to their churches in order to officiate the liturgy and to preach, of course, in their places. But they have this for less than a week, 2 times a year. They come together in the capital of the diocese, with the bishop as their head, and they have a meeting of 5 or 6 days. And of course there are speeches from prominent men, either from the diocese or they come from some other diocese, in order to give good speeches to these priests, to refresh their minds and to give them instructions and to answer to their questions. And they listen to good speeches. So in this wise we find a kind of activity. And also we must not neglect that some of these people joined the monastic life, and now we have in our monasteries several people graduated from the universities and from our theological schools that joined the monastic life. And even in our convents of women, now we have a big group of women, young women that joined the monastic life, and a great number of them are university graduates. Some of them are doctors, some of them pharmacists, and some of them engineers and architects and all these kind of economics and so on, from different universities and from different specialities, from faculty of art, faculty of law, and so on in all. So we have now in our convents of women, and also from in our monasteries, a big educated, very well educated people. Some of them, they have magister or doctorate or something like that. So this is in general. Now we have also books written by people. It's a movement of very good and good books. All these are new since this century, the present century, 20th century. And in every church now we have a library. or we can say two libraries, a library and a bookshop. A library that those people who go just to consult the books, but the bookshop also is available that one can buy the book for his own benefit, take it to his house and read it. So nearly in every church now we have we have library and a bookshop. And this is very good and very useful that in every church you have now a bookshop, so that people easily can get these books and can read them. So these are some of the aspects of the revival of the Coptic Orthodox Church, especially in the 20th century. And nowadays you see some of our bishops, and even the Pope himself at the present time, he is one of the graduates of these theological school and Sunday schools. So now we are getting the results of this movement, and nowadays we have a big number of priests. They are capable of preaching and of preaching the gospel and also officiating in a very good style, and also pastoring the people, and also they are established social societies and social workers, hospitals and hostels, and nowadays you see there are several establishments by the church for young men and young women who are coming from afar in order to stay instead of staying in the university hostels, which is not good for them, for their spiritual growth. So some of our churches established some buildings to keep girls, Christian girls, in them, and another for men, so that they have a Christian atmosphere, and they have meetings, religious meetings in these places, and timetable when to pray and when to read the Bible and when to listen to a speech, and then when they go to church also, which is usually near to these places. So in this way we keep our boys and girls in contact with the church, in good relation with the church, and protect them from foreign or Islamic influence.
I met a lot of people who appreciate the thought of the church to linguistic revival. The Scots was a forgotten language.
Yes, now we have nearly in every church classes for Coptic language. Nearly. Yeah. And this more especially are spread especially in summer vacation. I mean, they have classes all along the year, but especially in summer vacations they have more time. And also there are classes for, you see,
for church songs. You see, our music, Coptic music, it is the continuation, it's the remnant of the Egyptian music. The music itself is old pharaonic music, but of course the wording is Christian. The music itself is the remnant and the continuity of the old Egyptian music. So because this music is not easy, so we have classes in different places so that people can follow the church, follow the liturgy, and they can work with the choir of the church without interruption. So these people are learning the church chanting. And there is another phenomena that for the first time in our history we are recording on records this chanting, which is transmitted to us only orally, but nowadays they are recorded on records. For example, this Institute of Coptic Studies, which is in the second floor, there is a department for music, Coptic music, and it has recorded in 7 long plays the liturgy of St. Basil with all its chanting of the priest, of the deacon, and of the choir of people, congregation. In 7 long plays, the liturgy of St. And also in 7 long plays we have this department of Coptic music has recorded the chanting of the church in the Holy Week. In the Holy Week. You know the Holy Week, yes. So in 7 long plays, because it's and of course it is a big effort, because it is not an easy work. We have to train our theological students, to train them, and for every piece of these have to be studied and trained for sometimes for more than 1 month for every piece, in order that to make it very accurate, because it is vocal. We don't have instrumental music. Our music is vocal. This is why they have to train people. It is work. Oh yes, you know. And now this department is working for the other liturgies, because we have 3 liturgies: liturgy of St. Basil, of St. غريغوريوس, the theologian or the Nazianz, which is in our tradition, it's to be officiated in feasts. We have the 3rd liturgy of St. Mark or Kyrillos. It was called St. Mark because St. Mark was transmitted it, and it was St. Kyrillos the first of Alexandria who wrote it down. So sometimes it is called liturgy of St. Kyrillos or liturgy of St. Mark. So this 3rd liturgy is to be officiated at Lent time, in the especially in fasting, because it is a long one and it takes time. So in the days of fastings, especially at Lent time, this liturgy is to be officiated.
So this department of theology is working on the liturgy of Saint غريغوريوس first. Then after they finish, also they go to the other one. And there are some other chantings or melodies called it asbiha, that is psalmodiya, from psalms. Also this is made by this department in some other records, but some records also. So there is much work to do for several parts of our tradition.
But what about your editorial efforts? I mean, you publish in many books, but which fields you prefer to publish? You see, you have, I think, not only religious themes, maybe.
Well, you see, as our church is an traditional Orthodox church, so our heritage is a vast one. This is why in our books we treat several subjects. There are books, ascetic books, spiritual, mystic books. There are some other books of Bible interpretation. There are some books of dogmatic theology. Some other books of, you see, apologetics books, especially with Islam, with other religions and so on. We have some other books in liturgy, liturgical theology. Some books historical books. We have also linguistic books in Coptic Greek and some others. Some books of scientific approach, I mean, especially the link and the conflict between religion and science, either geology or botany or zoology or astronomy. You see, because sometimes you may find some theories which are against tradition, as Darwin theory and so on. So we must answer to this and explain the relation between religion and science. And also there are some books of, and this what you were asking for.
Because really, I remember 10 years ago, I was astonished when people, we were talking but very, in a very nice way of your work, and you say what they said before it was forgotten, but almost forgotten and so on, but now it's, and then I was wondering even as a professor at the university, so he became one of the things. He was a professor, I think, in Cairo University, and but he entered into religious life. And have you some organizations, spiritual organizations, in the society or just in the church? Women maybe before you said that the churches, yes, the early church, this work among the young people and so on, and then even the more teachers, meetings, said, at the time, yes, it's a good organization. I mean, at least the Christian teachers can get an idea, can get in touch with it and so on. But there are also other organizations of just such kind of categories. No, but I think
please, I didn't get you well. So, what is your question?
No, but just you see now I was even thinking, but really you answered to my question because you now because I was just thinking the end. Every year there are cops who become Muslims just to have easier life, to get jobs and
there are, of course, there are, yes, this is, some of them are under the pressure. You see, from time to time, even in the army, when they are minority, so people come round and oblige this man to embrace Islam, and they threaten him to do that. From time to time I receive here some people, some young men from the army saying how they are treated in a mad way in order that they may embrace Islam. And sometimes it is from the person himself, not by pressure, but because of a kind of problem. Either it is a financial problem or it is a marriage problem. So that in order to live an easy life, if he is a poor man, so he finds that if he becomes a Muslim, he will be better off. And also when he is not in good terms with his wife and he wants to get divorced, so it is not easy that the church gives him the right to divorce his wife. So sometimes he goes to Islam in order to get rid of his wife and all that. So, but mostly these cases, I mean, if we speak about proportionally of marriage problems, mostly. Of course, there are cases because of poverty, but most of the cases are because of marriage. But you see, from our art, whenever we are informed by these people, informed that these people are going to leave Christ and to be Muslims, we have in Cairo and in all places a priest or two which is devoted to this work of conversion. So the priest goes to see the man or the lady and to see what is his problem and try to help him or her so that he or she come back to religion, to Christianity. And in most cases, it's at least sometimes it goes to 75 or 80% or 90%, they come back to Christianity when their problems are solved. But in very few cases that we lose such people.
How many people in a year can change religion?
Well, I don't have a quite, I'm not informed with the number of these people, but sometimes, they say that this amount goes to sometimes 500 people a year or something like that. But I don't think that we lose all these numbers, because we have in every city 1 or 2 priests are appointed for such work, to whenever they hear about this or that man who is leaving out the church, the priest goes to his place and tries to listen to him and see what is his problem and try to solve his problem. So in most cases we don't lose, but in some cases we lose. But I'm not quite sure about the real number which we lose, but I hear that it is about 500 people, but not all of them. Some of them will come back. Most of them will come back. This you would hear from, especially here we have a man, a priest. Here in the Patriarchate he is appointed for this kind of work, and he can tell you, give you accurate number of what is.
What is his name? So maybe you can understand.
Yeah, he's called Father Kiddaus. But in every, this is in Cairo, but in every city we have 1 or 2 priests for this kind of work. They are appointed by the bishop of the place, of the diocese, to look for these people who are apostata.
I read in a book that I think 15 years ago. It's about 5,000 people they leave the religion every year.
5,000?
5,000. But the book is quite old, you see. And even he said it seems.
Even he said?
It seems. Of course, there are no statistics, exact statistics, but just if you have any ideas.
According to my knowledge, sometimes I hear from priests that at least 75% of these people, they come back, or 80%. Well, it differs from time to time how the problem is tackled and how, so we can't give a right number. And some of these people who
really failed to come back to Christianity, after some years, they repent and they want to come back. And this make for them a very difficult stand, you see, because it was easier if they just came back at the time. But when they became Muslims for several years and they wanted to come back to religion, so usually it is for them, and for us also, it makes a big stumbling block, because you see, according to the regulations of the government, he himself is called Murtad, and in this wise, of course, he is not to be killed by the government, but to be treated as Murtad, and in this wise, he may lose many advantages as a citizen. But sometimes he is killed by people, but not by the government. But by the government he is ill-treated, as he cannot have all his advantages as a citizen. He may suffer all this, and he may not be able to get his identity card to receive it as a Christian. So we have this difficulty. So the longer time he accepts Islam, it becomes more difficult to come back to Christianity. But even that, some people come back. They try to overcome all these difficulties, because you see they have a bad conscience. They feel they are traitor to Christ, and so they feel it at heart, and they feel that they cannot sleep. They feel their conscience against them, and they cannot live in rest, in calmness. They always feel guilty. And also the matter becomes complicated if he is married to a Muslim woman, or on the contrary, a Christian woman is married to a Muslim boy or a man, and if they have children, there is a difficulty. These children, to whom they belong, to Islam or to Christianity. So you see, the matter becomes more complicated. But anyway, sometimes people try, because of this bad conscience, they want to do anything in order to come back, and they are ready to make any sacrifice, because they feel, sometimes people come here and with tears in their eyes, either men or women, and they don't know what to do in order to come back to their Christian religion, but they feel it. They feel the need to come back, but sometimes they feel that it is, to them, it's a difficulty, and they come in order that we may give them help. But not in every time we could do that, because as I explained now, how it is sometimes become very difficult because of marriage and the children, and what the status of the children.
If a young woman, a very nice woman, the Christian, want to get married, what can they do?
What?
If a Muslim and a Christian want to get married, what do they do here in Egypt? Must one change religion? Or is it possible even to get married even if everyone wants to stay in the religion?
You mean if one is Christian and the other is Muslim? You mean before the marriage or after the marriage?
Yes, if it is possible before the marriage, not
No,
change
you see, in our church we don't allow a Christian to marry a Muslim woman, or this is not allowed in our church. It is in the Catholic Church it is allowed, but in our church it is not allowed at all. Because otherwise they don't these people, they don't marry in church. They cannot be married in church. So they may do that before the government. And you see, this office, it's a secular marriage, not a religious one. There are some people who do that, but not in the church. It is not allowed in the church. They go to the civil, what is called, I don't know. Civil marriage, yes. But if it happens that one of the two parties is Muslim and or he embraced Islam and the other is still Christian, is this your question? Yes. In this wise, the other one, man or woman, he is free either to divorce or to stay. But he is free to, he or she is, according to the church, he may divorce, and he is allowed to do that because of he is considered, we consider him the one who changed his religion to Islam. He is considered in our church as dead man. So this is why, according to what St. Paul said, that in death the other is free to marry another one. But if they agree that they should stay together, and this is a very rare case because otherwise there is no reason why after marriage one changes his religion and stays with the other one, because usually if it happens it's always with angry, the husband and wife are angry together, and this is why he or she tries to embrace Islam in order to divorce. It's very rare that they stay together. It's very rare. The Majlis mainly is a community council, and it started at a time when the clergy needed laymen to help them in the service of the church. And there was a kind of agreement with the government to create this kind of community council so that they help the clergy in the service of the church, especially for social affairs and for some other things which are not purely religious.
How are the members chosen? Just to be member of this
24. Usually there are 24.
By election?
Pardon?
We are elected by election, I think, maybe.
Yeah, by election. It's like parliament. It's a kind of parliament, but in a limited way. So it is a free election. Pardon?
In which field does the work exactly? You think it's mainly
either architectural or social or educational. You see, to build, to help in building either churches or institutions, either sometimes houses or any kind of institution. You see, for example, this building in which we live now, it's made by the Majlis. I mean, they pay for it, and they have, some of them are architects, and they help it in making this building. Also, they serve we have land, but yet it has land, I mean agriculture. So some of them are engineers in agriculture. So they are consultant, and they can speak on this subject, and they can help in guiding this kind of work for the goodness of the church. And also some of them are either advocates or judges or consultants or you see, so these people are canonical. They know the law, and they are using their knowledge, especially this in marriage affairs and so on. Also, some of them are educational people. I mean, they are teachers or inspectors or people of education, because we have schools, special schools, private schools, not only government schools, but we have private schools. So these people are experts in educational matters, so we need them. So you see now there are architects and
and engineers and teachers and doctors and pharmacists and economics, people of economy. So in different ways, and also people of social, because we have societies, so we need people who understand this matter of administration of societies. So these are the things. In addition to, they have the right to, with the clergy, to elect a bishop and also priests, and even the patriarch also. So with the clergy they work for electing a patriarch or bishop.
Here, speaking to Mr. Anbita, and we are very tired. But it's to me it's so interesting, because to me it's even a way to enter in your kind of society, to have freedom to know the history, and not only by books, you see.
Oh yeah.
And then to have a so large knowledge, of course, of your society.
I hope these informations are useful.
Yes, really, and I think even the magazine will be very appreciated if you do it, no? Because you don't know such kind of things. Because even books I found always...
Could before you publish this, you shall write. I don't know whether it is possible that we should see what you shall write. Is it possible?
I'll write
these things which...
Yes, I think so. Because the director asked me, so they want to see to come here and to see some problems in Egypt, and that because I am very interested to have more knowledge.
So that to see, because sometimes I may not have explained quite exactly what you want. This is why I prefer that if it be possible that after you write we should see together, so that to make some corrections if I am not able to give you the right answer to your questions, if it be possible.
Really, you see, I have 2 problems. First, next week or after 10 days, I come back to Italy. So it will be very difficult for me to send you, because I need the articles at the beginning of November.
Shall this be
so this is
published in Italy?
Yes, to be published in Italy. This one problem. And the second one is that now we have this very long interview with you. It depends on the director, the use of it. If I write an article on the post and I use a part of your interview, or just to publish your interview.
Yeah.
Because there are because I think it's a very... So now I can't answer you. I am sorry, but
Do you have other questions?
just two instances.
بالذات اللي خلصته والباقي كمان نبقى نكمل وقت تاني. I'm saying that before the revolution took place, before 1952, Copts have been well off. Some of them were very rich and owned thousands of acres or faddans. And some of them were very good merchants and excellent. And this is due دول خلصوا دول خلصوا والباقي ما خلصش هتبقى. This is due first that to the Copts have been always the best educated people in the country. The Copts did their best in order to educate their boys and girls. You see, to your knowledge, the first who established schools in Egypt were the Copts. Coptic schools were the first before the government. They believed in education and they made schools. And to your knowledge too, the first school for girls was made by one of our popes. The first school for girls. The best hospitals, the best societies in Egypt were run by Copts. Also in all crafts, you see, all kind of crafts were run by the Copts, and they were the masters of every kind of craft. It's only very late that Muslims joined this kind of crafts, and still up to the present time we see there are some crafts that is only practiced by Copts, like you see, you know, this making jewelries, you know, all this kind of work in gold and platinum and all this kind of, it's almost Coptic craft, and also wood craft and many other crafts. All this. So anyway, I mean, this the first factor is that the Copts used to educate the boys and girls.
the highest education they could offer. I mean, sometimes the father is a very poor man, sometimes he is a servant, but he, you see, very astonishing to see his son in faculty of medicine or faculty of engineering and so on. It's amazing, really. Very good man, but it's in our blood that boys and girls should be educated to the highest kind of education. And you see, not only that, but it's in our attitude that our boys and girls are always clever and hard workers, and it has been always that the best doctors are Copts, the best engineers, the best architects, the best so on, the best avocats, you see, because they did their best. So the Copts were well off before the revolution took place, but after the revolution, of course, you see, it was by law that they should lose their land, and so many of them, they have lost hundreds and thousands of, because it is by law. They say that no one should have more than 200 faddans, and then they made it less, not more than 100 faddans, and so on. So they have to give all these things to the government. And even our monasteries, there was a big land owned by our monasteries, but we lost them all by law. Because it is there that no one should. The monastery was treated like one man. Like one man. A monastery cannot own more than 100 faddans. It's very difficult. But it is Nasser who made that. Because in reply to the question, it is I mean, you find Copts in all levels, rich and second class, and sometimes you find poor. But usually these poor are helped by our societies and churches. We consider it is the message of the church not to leave a poor man or poor woman, but they must be helped either by giving their posts or by giving them money, or so it is the message of the church. But in all levels of life, I mean, you may find Copts here and Copts there, rich and second-hand and third class. But comparatively speaking, they are better than Muslims. You see, for one reason also, that the Christian family is a good family usually, and there is no divorce, and man and wife, father and mother have a little number of children, 2, 3, 4, maybe more, but it is anyway less than a Muslim, because a Muslim has the right to to marry 4 wives at one time, and he can divorce them and take another 4, and he can divorce them and take another 4, and so on. In this wise, you see, a Muslim man may not know even his children, because there are a good number of them, especially in villages. He may have 100 or 200 or more than. You see, because he has many wives. He can have 4 wives at a time, and he can divorce either 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 and take another 4. So you see, he has the possibility to have many children, but he couldn't know all his children, because you see, it's impossible for a man to look for 100 child. But if a Christian, he is not allowed to take more than 1 wife, according to Christianity. So this wife, at the utmost, she may give birth to 5, 6, 7, even 10. But it's comparatively speaking, it's nothing in comparison to a Muslim who have 100 child. This is why the Christian family is a compact family, and the father and mother make their best in order to educate their children and also to feed them, not to give them to the street, not to but feed them and clothe them, and also to look after them spiritually. They take them to church and they communicate from the Holy Communion and baptize them and give all these sacraments of the church. And so in this wise, there is no comparison between a Muslim family and a Christian family. So in general, the Copts are rich and also educated, and of good character, good conduct, good Christian and spiritual characters, and they have a high sense of duty, generally speaking. This is why they are well off. And they are in all branches of knowledge, all branches of work, all branches of, in different ways, merchants or peasants or merchants or doctors or pharmacists or engineers, architects, all branches of life. We find advocates, judges, counselors, on every aspect, in spite of the fact that they are oppressed and not given the full liberty as their citizens, but anyway, in spite of this, but the Copts in general are well off.
tradition of the main difficulties that the Copts must face.
What is it? What?
Which are the main difficulties that the Copts must face during the life. During the life, you see. But because they can enter the university as brothers, so there is no, So you see, because on one side, the Copts from the top, you see, in every, as we say, that they are renewed branches of the life. So even in the army, because of the sort of
the difficulty now is that now, because of the great number of Muslims, because they are the majority in this country, so in every way they are preferred to the Copts. In the past, the number of educated Copts are big, and the Muslims were a very small number. But later on, you see, Muslims are educated gradually, and they have enough persons for Muslims to fill the jobs and works. This is why Muslims are preferred. Now there are Muslim doctors, Muslim architects, Muslim lawyers, Muslim judges, Muslim, see, according to the number. So in this way, this is why the Copts are not finding the possibilities of work as they had been in the past. In the past, they were all jobs are needed, and it was only the Copts that could fill all these places. But now there are Muslims who could fill these places, and they are preferred by those responsible people that they should, instead of having a Copt, they could have a Muslim. Why don't they have a Copt if the Muslim is there? And you may find people very frankly say that if a job could be filled by a Copt and a Muslim, and the Copt is more efficient, but they prefer the Muslim in spite of that, because he is a Muslim. And nowadays you see, especially in the faculties, in the oral examination, especially for doctors, while he is asked, or he or she is asked, who is it, your name? What is your name? My name is so and so. Well, if the examiner does not even know that she or he is a Christian, because his name is not very clear as a Christian name, then he may ask about the father. If he knows that the father's name is not very clear Christian name, well, he may ask about the grandfather. I have here a student of a girl student of medicine. She told me now, just before we came here, just this morning, she told me about one professor asked the girl, who is a medicine girl, about her father, who her name was not a clear Christian name. Then, what is your father's name? She said her father's name, but the father's name was not a quite Christian name. Then he asked about the grandfather. Then, exceptionally, he did not. He asked about the fourth. And this is very exceptional that one asks one more than 3 names. And this because he wants to know if she is Christian or not. And if she is Christian, she is to be treated in another way than a Muslim. You see, to this extent, and this makes our students upset, very upset. They don't like it, and they feel inferiority. Why the teacher or the professor asks about the name of the boy or girl and her father and her grandfather, and then and sometimes you see he asks very frankly, are you Christian or Muslim? Then he or she replies that he is Christian. So, in few words, well, he wants to know whether you are a Christian or Muslim. This is, to him, is very important, because according to this he would put the degree. If she or he is a Christian, he may give him a low degree. This is terribly bad. Also, you don't. But you see, there is a kind of justification for this. So, for the faculty of medicine, they say, well, we don't like a Christian man or Christian woman to treat a Muslim woman, so on. This is one justification. For a governor, why a governor must be always a Muslim? Why the rector of the university is always Muslim? Why the dean of the faculty? Well, they say that the Muslims who are majority, they don't like to be headed by a Christian. It is to them something that they don't like it. I mean, to be inferior to a Christian, no, they don't like it. Well, for everything there is a justification like this. For a governor, he must be a Muslim. For also the head of the police, he must be a Muslim. They never accept. At one time, the Prime Minister was a Christian, but he was killed. You know, the grandfather of Boutros Ghali, who was Boutros Ghali, his name also was Boutros Ghali. He was a Prime Minister, and he was killed by and this is why they don't like a Muslim, a Christian to be a Prime Minister. So this is what we are suffering.
What does the church think and do on this control?
Well, I had a book on the subject, and well, there is a conference in 1974. We had a conference of doctors and lawyers called Conference of Medicine and Law. I was invited to deliver a lecture on birth control from a Christian point of view. Well, I explained it, how we are against it. Not birth control, but the ways, mediums, chemical ways, or the other ways. In general, but this would take a long time to speak about it, but generally speaking, we are against birth control in that sense, as Christians. We consider it against nature.
The Catholic Church, even the Pope, I think that even the Catholic Church is according into your what you have.
Yes, Pope Paul VI made an edict against it. We are against it, and they consider it, and we have many things against it.
I think it is better.
Pardon?
I think it is finished, because
all right.
It was just, I think that, you talk a lot of so many subjects. I think maybe it is quite difficult to find some of the subjects on which to talk. But anyhow, when I'll be in Italy, and if I have some doubts and so on, I can write to you.
All right.
Just, as I told you, I have this problem that I'm asking back and then I learned to. You see, I'd like also to meet other people, and for having good knowledge, and especially from the point of view of the popes and so on. To whom may I keep in touch? Get in touch.
To which?
Yes, if you have some names of people, it's good they get in touch just to have them.
Names? Well, Bishop Samuel of social affairs, ecumenical and social affairs. His office is in this building, but downstairs, first floor. No, the ground floor, not the first floor, the ground floor. Well, we have several people, but we don't. I don't know In which branch you see? In which branch you want people?
Yes, especially concerning the Coptic way of life, in which classes they are, to have data. So you see, I need statistics and so on. Because now after
Well, perhaps, yes.
I am okay from the religious point of view.
Bishop Samuel will give you Bishop Samuel,
Yeah.
Bishop of Social Affairs.
Then maybe it is possible to find books, booklets, and this department. I found that it is the Coptic studies reading
Yes, we have here in the second, under this, that is the first floor, we have the Institute of Coptic Studies. But it is an academic one. This is different from the theological school. And it has 12 departments. But we have different experts, so for this kind of asking, Bishop Samuel will give you information about the societies and statistics and all these kind of things.
Yeah. You see, I was asked if Rome Irene to have especially the religious point of view. And your interview is wonderful for him.
I am responsible for theological studies and Coptic culture. And scientific research.
Yeah. In fact, I met some Copts and they gave me your name. They said, but now I think especially to sort of point of view with which branches they work, what they do exactly, which are the association in which they are enjoying and so on. Well, so now I'm doing that. Okay, I think in the next day. But you see, it is very difficult to find some works on the Copt. Only they are old, you see. I went even here at American University, but all books are at least 15 years old. So it is difficult, yes, just to get a general idea, it is okay. But of course, in 15 years, every society changes a lot,
yes.
Especially with age.
Certainly, yes.
So, thinking, and even as I told you, I think the Christians in Middle East are quite forgotten. So, yes, people, especially in Italy. So, because I see sometimes when I talk with Italians, they are amazed, you see, to find so many Christians here in the Middle East, because we think Middle East is a Muslim society.
Understood, yes.
This is very... may I get the thought of you, if it's possible?
Photo? Well, I give you, you want to take now a photo?
Yes, but if you have your own photos, okay. Thank you very much. I think it's very hippie.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All the best to you.
To you and good work, and I hope, of course, when the interview will be published, I send you a copy. And if I have some doubts, I'll write to you before.
All right.
Because, yes, I say tomorrow I'll read it again, but you speak so clearly, so I think it is difficult to have doubts. But anyhow, if I have, I'll write to you. Just don't have it.
All right.
Okay.
You live always in Italy, but sometimes you come here.
Yes, in Middle East, because I like Middle East. I was here, I left last time, I left...
You are married, no?
No.
No, you are not married.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Is it not difficult for you to go from place to place and... No, you don't find difficulties?
Yes, it is, you see, I must take care of myself.
Certainly.
Usually during the night I don't go out and so on.
Yes.
But if I...
Yes, you can manage.
Yes, I can manage. I remember 3 years ago I traveled from all Upper Egypt alone. But I went to Abydos, and Assyut, especially Mignon.
There is a lady there in Abydos. Have you seen that lady?
The English one.
She is English-Irish, yes.
Yes, I met her.
She believed that she was at the time a priestess, an Egyptian priestess. And she said that, she believed that she herself was an Egyptian. She doesn't believe that she is Irish or that she is Egyptian. But she was reincarnated.
Yes, exactly, you see.
She said that at the age of 3, when she was 3 years old, she died. Because she fell on the staircase, and she died. And they went to bury her. But when they went out and they came back, they found her playing. From that time, she started to cry and to ask to go home. They said, well, you are at your home. You are here. She said, no, she's not here. She always envisaged Abydos. So she was married to an Egyptian boy, and she came to Egypt, and then when she saw Abydos, she was very happy, and she said, I feel when I enter this Abydos temple, I feel security. And so from that time on, she kept in Abydos, near to Abydos, and she didn't try to go to any country. Their son is married and he is now in Kuwait. He asked her to go to Kuwait, she refused.